Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're finally getting back to our game dev project today. We've missed a couple of days, but we are getting back to it. Let's see. Hey there, Upland, AJ. Welcome, welcome. Just getting going. Late start today, but it's happening. We've got a little bit of code cleanup to do on the circles, just kind of scrub some stuff down and make sure everything's still functional. And then we're going to do a lot of review of some of the, or at least one or two of the core ideas. Because we've got, in thinking on what we were going to do next, that is true. It is the funny number today, isn't it, AJ? And hey there, James. I was thinking on new movement patterns when I was poking some icons and realized that something might be a little off as far as my plans, but we'll get to that in a moment. And let's see, we have 44 over there on Twitch. Welcome back. I am currently contending with two kitty cats. Ember wants to be up on my shoulder slightly, cradled like a baby. And Sammy wants to be on my lap, and both of them demand steady attention. So, fully engaged. We do have Mason over there visible on the bed. Sky is definitely doing better, but you can tell he's still a little put out. He is napping under the bed at the moment. I suspect Sherbet has gone down there with him, but it's hard to tell. Nope, Sherbet's getting some food. But yeah. Let's see. Well, since I am otherwise detained at the moment, the thing I'm thinking on is the next target I was considering doing is kind of like zigzag motion. So, James had made a suggestion. I think it was James made a suggestion that it was essentially move in a particular direction for a distance, then change directions, which I think would be pretty neat. But the issue I was having was when making the icon, I realized to get what I want out of this, to get the number of things I want out of this, there are going to be so many icons and we have so few pixels to deal with. It's essentially a 12 by 12 little square to deal with the spell icons. So there's not a lot of space for information, even if I get clever. And let's see here. Yeah, AJ, there are some good mattresses that you can just get delivered now. It's good stuff. And let's see, Anushka, name rings a bell, but I only remember based on familiarity most of the time, or at least repetition. Yeah, I do. I acknowledge both of you. I'm sorry, I stopped. Uh, but like I was saying, so right now we have things like move in a straight line, we have orbit the player, that kind of stuff. Well, I've got orbit the player and I have a dot in the middle of a circle, But that dot in the middle of the circle is could it also be a projectile? Could it also be an enemy? That kind of thing. We just don't have a lot of language in that regard, and I want to be cautious about using colors and similar, since that can have its own issues as far as usability down the road. So, yeah, we'll need to think on that in a little bit. I have been released from Cat. You can see Sammy in the play area there. And Ember, yeah. They got tired of sharing. So let's get to that code cleanup in circling first. So these are true. Anushka, today's plan is we're going to start by cleaning up the circle. We got it working. I believe it's working. Yeah. AJ, yes, there's a link to the widescreen format if you'd prefer to watch on that. So what we need to do is make sure, what I want to do is make it so that the rotational speed and the rate of expansion is independent. That way we don't have to make it so that it will blur quite so much at all speeds. Because it's the tighter the radius, the faster it can rotate. I'm sorry, its rotation, it is impacted by rotations per second. So if I make the radius really wide and it rotates 1 per second, the projectile moves very fast around the edge. Where if it's once per second and it's very tight to the center, then it will move slower around the edge. So we still want growth rate in max radius. Center position needs to be stored off. I think we're still using last direction. Yeah. Okay, we have revolutions per second. That's what we need for speed. Hey there, Drew. Welcome. Okay, so this is how fast it expands towards its max radius. With the corresponding radius here. So it remembers each time. Technically, we could calculate this, but it would be way more expensive than just storing it. Center position. We need this because it will either update to follow a target, so that we know how far it is from where it's supposed to be. So it's following the player. There's some extra stuff going on here if the center position moves. It's staggered right now because it is doing 5 clusters of 5. So you'll get like this little hitch every 5. So this is moving with the player. The center position is changing as we go. we are expanding the radius as it goes, so we have a spiral instead. Again, Upland, this is all testing code. None of this is final stuff. So we've got our center position updating because it's tracking the player entity. It can also track an enemy entity. Load movements. We're just using orbit player at the moment. This is one of the things we'll need to clean up. There's a test case that I don't think we did. Oh yeah, oh yeah. There we go. So this is with an expanding radius. Let's do a tight radius around it. It's a max radius. It shouldn't be going outward from that. It should be stopping. We currently have the projectiles taking multiple hits to take them out. So we're definitely seeing some distortion on that front. I think we'll have to check. We're definitely moving fast enough that could be the case, Parakeet, that we could be getting pass-throughs on collisions. But I thought we made it so it took multiple hits just to check things. Have a max radius on both of these. No, that's expanding. There is a problem. Well, you know. Ah, okay. We have unbounded radius. Okay, we need to... Max radius... We're going to calculate our max radius each time. Because the max radius could be constrained after a bit. So we'll just calculate based on radius. Because radius can change based on our current growth rate, but the radius will constrain itself down to a calculated max radius. Okay. So... load is equal to... scale adjustment. Times scale multiplier. There we go. All right, so the max radius is potentially going to be constantly changed because of scale adjustment, scale multiplier. This is another concept we haven't worked back into the code since our last iteration. But the idea that I could have modifiers that do things like shrink or grow or speed up or slow down subsequent ones. Hey there, Poland. That is true, James. That is true. We also have a Twitch stream going, which is the same sort of the same as the YouTube one. Is that times speed multiplier? Hey there, Erebus. A fun fact, Pullen Ball. What is that? All right, so this will be our growth rate. So base growth rate. Does get pretty late for some folks. I am trying to get earlier starts going. There's already some issues with my schedule interfering, but that doesn't mean the experiments won't happen. It's just has been preventing me from starting the experiments. This circumference, and then we have speed. This is where we are. It's equal to. So this is plus speed adjustment times speed multiplier. Oh, not scale. All right, thanks for swinging through, Erebus. Okay, so this is how we calculate our actual revolutions per second. We have a speed adjustment and multiplier as well. But this does mean that we can make sure that it expands out at a different speed than it revolves. But if you speed it up, it speeds up both of them. Turn angle we'll use later. So then we're calculating our radius here. Because I wanted to shoot bigger, Upland. If okay, how we do this? So this is the actual max radius in kind of like world scale here. Now, we can just add the growth rate. Because we would add this regardless. And this isn't expensive math, so we're just going to do this. Same with that one. If we have a max radius, and is greater than max radius. I'm doing this because it makes it a little easier for me to read the conditions to have them layered out like that. It technically can make things more difficult because of the distance from the if visually, but such as non-bracketed layering here. Okay, so this should constrain us here. There we go. And because they're not going insanely fast, we're not getting that terrible visual blur that makes it hard to tell if things are hitting things. Okay. So then we go into our catalog. We're going to take this. We have our max radius, we have our growth rate. Okay, so if our growth rate is 0.5, but our revolutions is 3. Let's verify. So it should expand out slower and rotate faster. Revolutions per second aren't really changing. Look at our spiral. This is what I meant by code cleanup, folks. These revolutions should be getting updated, so let's... Okay, speed is a different thing, though. We also need our growth rate for our push-pull force. Where is apply template? Solutions. Converted. These revolutions. Yeah. Well, thank you, Silas. I appreciate it. I'm glad how it turned out. Okay, this should look different. Well, it's working. A little over 4 out. But we're definitely getting the blur through targets thing there. Base max radius isn't being respected there. So this is where we need to be careful as far as what velocity it can get to. Because even with the movement agents in similar firing, this is letting them get through because they're just moving way too far. And I don't want to add any more super complex logic as far as... Alright, we're definitely getting some wiggle, which is actually not terrible. If we let this get very fast, then it's going to move super fast towards the edge. I don't know if it will live long enough to get all the way out, given our current rate here. Yeah. We can see that they're... it's not until about here that they can... Now, we could make it so that they don't speed up. So we could change some of this calculation, as right now we're saying... we're basing this off of our... We're basing this off of the rate around the circumference after modification. So we're getting our base radius instead of our modified radius instead of going with a fixed one. But I don't know. We could just put a speed on it, instead of calculating it. But that still leaves us with the problem of it moves too quickly. But that'll be a subsequent problem. That'll be a subsequent problem. We need to remember to circle back around to that. Because this way, we don't need to be concerned. The speed is in revolutions per second. So the bigger the circle, the faster it goes. But you're still getting the same revolutions. Might need to have more physics ticks per second here. Where is that hiding? This might slow our speed down, but as a test. Yeah. This has a noticeable impact because we are processing more often. We do need to make sure that we're covering all of our bases on this. And it might have reloaded the project to do this. But we are still getting towards the edge. The possibility of skimming through. It's the slower the rate of expansion, the more likely you are to hit. Because the thing that you can't really spot here is that they're spiraling out. So when they're blurring like this, it's possible that they're actually weaving around the blobs as they come in. Okay, what if... it's 90 with 3. This is a bullet heaven game, Silas, like things like Vampire Survivors. So, towards the outer edge here, we're still getting things going too fast. Might not be a later problem. Okay, so what if instead of revolutions per second, we do a... We're going to change this. So instead of determining a rotational velocity here, we're just going to use the base speed. Float is equal to that. To circumference divided by edge speed. We're going to override some of this. Okay. So what we're doing is we're limiting the rotations based on yeah, Sky is doing a little better. He's still a little put out because he's missing some claws until they regrow. But he's doing better. And no worries, Blocker. No worries. Well, that's not correct at all. We're getting there, Blocker. We're getting there. Oh, there can be 900 things on the screen blocker. I think we can get up to like 1200 without any sort of performance hitch. Oh, well. Hmm. Rotating turn angle. In turn angle. Okay, it's that they're spinning in place. Turn off the blobs while we're in here, just so that we can get a full test of the movement of the things. They're not rotating at all here. Oh. Times constants. Square. Okay, they're still rotating in a tight circle here. Oh, edge revolutions is not this here. There isn't delta involved here yet. Yeah. Hey there, Demo Frog. Weird. This is still... This is the current circle. The edge of the circle. This is how fast we want to move along that circle per second. So revolutions per second should be the circumference divided by that speed. To get the angle per second, it is going to be 360 times the number of revolutions times delta. That's the turn angle within this frame. So let's step through that here. So by default, it's 1. It's 96. So then revolutions. Circumference is currently 0, so we aren't going to really turn at all. So then in the subsequent one, we have a delta. We're going to turn ever so slightly. But it's like it's the because we aren't getting this lateral movement yet. The fact that we should be turning a very small radius here. Our edge speed. Radius has constant square width in it. So circumference is the actual circumference, because again, we already have the square multiplier in there. For those joining us, we are cleaning up the circling logic. We have the base logic if we want to just stick with raw revolutions per second, but that can make the speed very, very fast towards the outer edge. And once you get fast enough, unless we do extra physics calculations, it can run into stuff. Like it can skim through objects. So base edge speed isn't being changed. We're moving at a rate of 1. But we're not calculating our speed around the edge, or at least the rate of angle change. Yep, Dodds, we're moving along. I think once we've got this cleaned up, it's the next thing that is going to be the biggest change in a bit. Because we need to figure out a way to start like packaging these things together while still being able to maintain essentially a language that the player can interpret properly. I think we need to get that before we add more, because having looked at the icons in Similar, there is no way that I can convey enough information in the glyphs given the number of things that we want to have. So one of the things is I want to start looking at text paired with the glyphs. So the glyphs give you an idea of what it does at a glance, but it's the text that is going to be a big part of it. But first, so this is 96 units. Let's intervene and say that the radius is 2, is constantly 2. I want to be careful of different colors, but that kind of thing, Dodd, is as much information about given the shape of it as I can get. Okay. Yep, radius is 2, which means the circumference should also be fixed. The edge speed per second is 96. Oh no. That's why. That's why. Okay. So we're getting a big number out of this. We're getting a very big number out of this. So the circumference is like 1,200 right now. And we're moving at a rate of 96. So revolutions is coming in at about 12.6. That's not right. This is the fraction of a revolution that speed is. Let's do that. Oh, I had that backwards. We had this earlier. We had this a couple, at least one stream ago. But I had that math reversed. Ten squares a second. So this isn't quite right here. We've got the idea, though. Again, it's not right, but it looks really cool. So let's get that fixed radius out of there. So you can see they're slower the further out they get. At least. Okay, so the radius should be getting capped here. And it's growing here. Hey there, dude. I seem to recall somebody with a name like that. And we're moving along. We're trying to get some physics done here before we shift over and start talking about a core user interaction with the game and start implementing that. I had thought that we could start implementing that after some more modifiers, but I want to start getting that core visual language in similar in place so that we can start making those adjustments, both with fixed ones and with randomized ones, so that we can get an idea of what the player will actually see when they're interacting with it. Whether that thought pattern will stick, we don't know. That's the hope, dude, that everything goes well. This is correct, but we're expanding out. Is the max radius thing not hitting? Yeah. And we're calculating our max radius out. Hey, Isaac. It's a good opportunity. Let's see what other kitties might be visible. We have 3 visible right now. We have Mason on the bed, Ember across from the keyboard, and Sherbet in his little house by the window. Sammy is technically on the cat tree, below the sort of basket thing by the curtain. She is below that. Might have to zoom that one out again, but until I get a camera solution that doesn't require the tripod, I can't really adjust that one much and still make the cats really visible. So let's see here. For those watching in the widescreen view, we can zoom in a little bit. Really, we can just make the picture bigger, but there's Ember. And then if we look closer, you can actually see Sherbet there in the little house. His head right by the side window and his little paws sticking out the main door. Mason has definitely taken a liking to that blanket there. Okay, we are going to set we're going to force the radius to a fixed value here. So it goes out really fast and then gets pulled back in and eventually course corrects. Hello there, Marcus. Because the outward velocity, I think, is strong enough to mess with it. So what if we do 4? That'll put it closer to the edge of the screen. We get the same thing. You can see this one is course correcting towards the edge. Day has been going pretty well there, Marcus. We had a slow start. Isn't quite right as far as the turn rate. It needs to turn sharper when it's not lined up, if we want to do it this way. I'm tempted to just stick with revolutions per second. Okay, let's... just a second here. Let me fiddle with this. Okay, I pulled too much out of it, but we can fix that. Float. That. Times, sorry, plus speed adjustment times speed multiplier. For those that weren't there when this was initially put in place, additive changes take place before multiplicative changes. So if the base speed is 1 and I'm adding 1 to it, then the core speed becomes 2, and then I apply a multiplier, like it moves 50% faster. Well, that'll be 3 instead of 2.5 total, because we add first. So the adjustment also gets accounted for when we multiply in, as opposed to after the fact. On very small numbers, with a larger adjustment, the adjustment would be more. But for the most part, as far as this goes, the adjustment is going to be a bigger number. It's going to result in a bigger number this way. Plus Okay. So I think to get a resolution to the revolutions per second problem. Oh, and we need to have the max radius determined here. Float is equal to 1 parentheses around that. Base max radius plus scale adjustment. Times scale multiplier is constant square width. Radius, I'm sorry, if base max radius is greater than 0, then we'll do the calculation for what max radius is. So this is, if we have a max radius, then we're going to truncate radius down to it, no matter how much it's trying to grow. Okay, so then we look at our catalog, and we'll say that this is 2. Really see it if we do this. So revolutions per second needs to be a small number if we want this not to become an issue. And then we can make the growth rate very quick here. So you see this course corrects in. If the expansion rate is so fast that it exceeds the spring force, the kind of push-pull back into radius, then we get this sort of like bounce in out kind of thing. Which I don't mind. I actually kind of like this. And again, this keeps it so that everything is very physics-based. It's not, like, prescriptive. So then, let's add the blobs back in. Half second, we'll add a blob. We'll do more spawners. That can actually be a little quicker. So let's add some other behaviors in here. So this is a little skewed, because I believe it's moving right is how we've got that set up. This is double spiral. So the double spiral is forcing it out further. The inward force from the circle ones is pushing back against it. So every now and then, if you watch, they turn back. Because the circle is applying twice in this scenario. And here is a sine wave added in. And these stacked movements do not account for any of the other movements, so it's generally additive. I like this. I like this. Okay, let's get a commit in here. Just that part. That in, and then we push those. There we go. Saved some of that stuff up. All right. So, if we look at this, this is a burst of 3. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 kind of stuff. Still need to get the burst logic cleaner, but this is a spread of 3, so 3 at once. This is a spread of 3. This is a spread of 5. I could have a little starburst of 5 in this space. But ultimately, we're not going to have these things... they're not going to work just in that sort of marker. So this is move to the right. It pushes it to the right constantly. We could have homing behaviors, but aside from move to the right, what if I want to convey... This is supposed to orbit the player. It is just exaggerating what we were doing. Is it orbit? So this is target random enemy for orbit player. So let's think about that. This is selecting a random enemy on the screen, and it's going to circle them. I have 12 pixels to convey that information. That's not happening. There's nothing about this behavior that I'm going to be able to concisely say in those pixels. So we're going to have to change the language on these little images to convey that. Because all of these will be packages. I'm not just going to have, oh, it spreads in 5. Right. Tooltips are going to be essential for this. We're still probably going to give it just a name to convey as much information as we can, but we also need a visual aspect to that to make it so that we can get at a glance some information. It won't be the entirety of the information, but we should be able to see, like, it changes the number and it has a rotational element, a homing element, or something like that. Because we don't want somebody to be constantly like mousing over all of these when they're making adjustments. So color language is going to be important. To get things like Noida, you had blue ones in similar for like, oh, it's a modifier, so it's blue, that kind of thing. We want to have those aspects so somebody could look at it and say, okay, this, like, for example, this edge is this color, which means it will change the number of them. This edge is this color, so it will change the speed of them. So we already have the idea of number changes. We have the idea of behavior changes. So moving in a spiral is a behavior change. Targeting opponents is a targeting change. We don't have like speed and scale multipliers in there at the moment. All right, Todd, thanks for swinging through and have a good time. If you're wondering, this is generating 15 mice at a time. Those mice are trying to home in on a target. You can see they sort of bend when they get near the blob initially. That's because their center point is changing as the blob moves, and they're trying to like adapt to go around that blob. So there is a moment where the closest ones are trying to get to the opposite side of the blob suddenly. So their positioning twists to do it, which is cool. I like this. I like that. Okay. So how we do this? Just a second here. Okay. So we have targeting, we have movement, we have positioning, and then under this we have We have adjustments to movement for sure. I don't know if we're actually going to have adjustments to positioning. Because those in and of themselves are adjustments, like how many, what angle, that kind of thing. But for movement, you can move faster. The scale of things can be bigger, so a radius could be bigger, a turn rate could be faster. But let's move those things out as another. Keep trying to save this. We're not saving this. Actually save this. There. There. So we have 4 things. We have the idea of a number of them. We have the idea of a shape that they move in. We have the idea of targeting. But with targeting, okay, so targeting, you have things like the player. Hello, Ember, I acknowledge you. Which tells me that camera 1 has frozen, because Ember is currently on my shoulder. Camera 1 is not terribly reliable. I don't know what happened to it, but its ability to transmit is weak. Just by switching cameras, it will restore camera 1 to functionality, but I don't know why that is true. Player. A random enemy, we could say like nearest enemy. We could say farthest. We have retargeting. We have fixed targeting. So there's a lot of variations that can happen in that. That's just 6 thoughts. Oh, we also have directions. Let's get enemy in here. So we could have a random direction. Maybe like compass points. Direction is pretty much random direction. Yeah, that was your fault, Ember. Count. Angle. We're keeping spawn position as part of the projectile itself. The projectiles in similar will just have a picture of what they are. So targeting has the most wiggle to it, but there's 3 different general flavors of targeting. There's just, it goes in a direction, it doesn't care about an enemy in particular. It goes at the player or it goes at an enemy. Or it accounts for the player, it accounts for the enemy, or it accounts for a direction. All movement types have shapes of some kind. So, like, a spiral is a shape. For positioning, we have the number of things that are emitted, and let's just call it a layout. Right now, we have angles. So, a cone pattern. Oh, let's add. We're going to call this burst. We do need to revisit how burst works. Right now, it's actually to your detriment to use a burst, because they limit things coming out all at once as soon as they exist. So you probably wouldn't want a burst as a individual element, since if it here, let's show that. So here's a 5-star coming out. Here's a burst before a 5-star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's a burst after it. We're getting the same general result. Here's a 5 after that. And another 5 before. So you can see it's constraining the rate at which they spawn within them. I would prefer that this or this is saying, okay, it's firing 1, 2, 3, but it is coming out in 5s, because that makes it more useful. So, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. It was doing that for a bit. I don't know what we broke. But we'll have to revisit that. But that's the kind of thing there, is that we have a sequence to them. So this can be speed of movement. This can be pretty much speed of, so a scale, a count, an angle, that kind of thing. We'll be back to this in just a moment. Gotta actually take a break. And we're back. I sprinkled some catnip in those boxes before the stream started, so every now and then they're orbiting back there. So we have a lot of different concepts to convey per item. Everything is going to have targeting of some kind. Positioning is not certain. Everything's going to have movement of some kind. And not everything will adjust. Adjustment is something that carries forward. So if I have an adjustment early, then that will affect all subsequent ones. So if I have one that says, hey, more speed, they all get more speed. So we definitely need one for this. Put a plus there. We have to have one for movement. That's a certainty, because that's the most visual element, is how they flow around. And then something for targeting. We have 3 different patterns for targeting. Let's call this the glyph. That gives you an idea of how it moves. So maybe like the, a sort of S curve for, sine wave, or the spiral, or a circle, that kind of thing. Just to say, this is how it flows. We have 3 different aspects of targeting. So does it go after an enemy? Does it go to the player? Or does it just move in a direction? So we're going to have tooltips on these. We're going to have tooltips on these to explain more. But I think it's important that we also have a way of, again, indicating at a glance what they do. If we had a 4th thing, then corners would be great. So here, let me pull up a So right now, we just have our little box. And we have various glyphs. So we have the projectile itself. In this case, we have wind up mouse is one. We have a central glyph. And what I want is for this to convey as general information about how something would move. So like a spiral, an orbit, that kind of thing. Zigzaggy line. And I think we have plenty of glyphs for that kind of motion. But since we're working in 16 by 16 space, and I don't want to vary resolutions much more than we need to, there is going to be variance as far as what the UI looks like. I'm sorry, how the UI is placed around the screen potentially. But I still want that scale to be pretty consistent. It's actually something that a lot of like pixel art folks trip up on, is that they will make the scale of their sprite art inconsistent. So, you know, some of the icons have, some of the things are 32 by 32, some of them are 16 by 16, or bigger numbers or whatever, but they are sized so differently on the screen that you get that jarring aspect when something is next to the other. So we could have something like, let's zoom in a little bit more for folks to see. So one of the thoughts is, so, you know, we could have those corners. So we could have something like targeting here. What we need to convey with this is whether it's enemy, player, or direction. I think no targeting, like no corners, could be just a direction. It just fires out randomly, essentially. Perhaps we could use our pink and blue. We might use the less saturated colors here. Well, that's the trick, Parakeet, is targeting is part of motion. So when it spirals, it has a target with it. There isn't an icon that says target this. It's the spiral motion targets by itself. Then maybe... So I'm fine with the idea of it targets enemies, or it targets the player. That's okay, as far as what it do, you know? Not specifying is, like, not being super specific is okay, because that's where the tooltip can come in. So we wouldn't be like putting a blob in the center, because the center would be, it moves like a spiral. Then we could have one element saying, so some element to tell me it's targeting. Here, let's... Then we could have another element that is another element for positioning. And then what were our markers here? Movement, positioning, and then we need an element for adjustment. So what I would want is some way to say, okay, this has some sort of targeting, and ideally something about it tells me about the targeting. Some element that tells me there is a change to positioning on this, whether it be a count or something like that. And then some element that tells me that there's adjustment to this. So we're just going to put some markers down here. I have an element that says this targets something. I have an element that says this changes my positioning. I have an element that says this has an adjustment to it. So this might speed things up or slow things down. So if I don't have it, it's got to have targeting. Like, there is some sort of element to it that's targeting. So this should be prominent. It's not necessary that there is positioning. So not everything will make it so that there's more projectiles. Adjustments are a big deal because adjustments would also carry everything else. So it makes it faster, it makes it bigger, it makes it pierce more, that kind of thing. This is a big change. And we want all of these to be very visible, so they should have a strong color or something like that. What if we have another one? And we're just going to call this special. That, remove that, remove that. So maybe targeting is that corner. positioning is that corner. We could also do sides. We could do whole sides. Adjustment is that corner. And special changes are this corner. So they all have targeting. So there will be some sort of indicator here. Well, I'm sorry. They can all have targeting. If it just targets a random direction, we're not going to have a targeting indicator. So I think new... Call this one targeting. And we'll say this is enemy. And this is player. So how it targets the player or the enemy will vary, but for targeting there's nothing, player, or enemy. Then for positioning, positioning is trickier because we have the idea of a layout and a count. Now, we could ignore this, the distinction between the two. But that's two distinct elements to account for in one corner. It's going to be hard to convey that there's a spread to it. Like that it is in a star pattern or that it is in a cone pattern. So potentially we just have that there is positioning. Just straight up, this is what exists. Let's go with that concept for now. That it has an adjustment or a special aspect to it. We don't yet, Tess. The colors are placeholders at the moment. We're just trying to figure out where I might put colors in order to do something. So, like, if the targeting is not just random direction, then perhaps there is something in this corner. If the positioning is changed, cone pattern, that kind of thing, there is a marker in this corner. If there is a global adjustment, then maybe there's something in this corner. And then if there's a special aspect to it, something in this corner. I'm just using the purple because it stands out when we are dealing with this. Because everything else is grayish scale. Because we want you to be able to look at one of these symbols and say, oh, this has one of these aspects. If I put this in here, it will do this thing. So if I put one in that has targeting, it is going to do something with how it moves. Like, if it's a homing one, it's going to potentially impart an enemy target down the line. If it's a directional one, it's going to potentially impart that direction down the line. If it is positioning, that is either going to just influence how it comes out, but almost certainly it's going to change the number. It's going to increase how many spawn and or how they spawn. So I don't necessarily need to say how that lines up in this, but I need to say that it happens. So if I put this one in here, this spiral motion will also change the number in their configuration. So it makes them come out in a star of 5, and then they spiral. Subsequent things, well, the entire pattern then, by including this, comes out in a star of 5. And we do know that its sequence matters with some of them. Star of 5, then spread of 3 means each one of those points on the star of 5 is actually a spread of 3. So the angling can make that more visible or less visible, that sort of thing. So, maybe this corner is the one that tells me that that's happening. I kind of want to have some dead space on this so they don't bump and reduce that visibility. So, maybe instead we have... Let's put the frame above all of this. So then maybe enemy targeting is like this. And then positioning is like this. Then if it's got an adjustment, it's kind of like that. We could pull this in so that maybe it influences a quadrant on it or similar, or just touches this edge of the black. I want to be careful about hitting the center. The glyph is a very important aspect of it, so anything that touches the glyph could influence the readability of the symbol. So right now, targeting is the only one that would have color language to it. Positioning is too complicated to have much language to it. Adjustments could have color language to them for speed and scale, that kind of thing. But that's also potentially too complicated because there's more than just a couple of things it could be. I kind of feel like instead of corners, we could go for edges. And maybe there is a... We could have kind of like a binary across each of the edges. Could even be like base 3 or any number of elements based on how much color we want. But you could have like binary across the top of it to tell you things. That does eventually run into a potential problem of number limiters. So, like, hypothetically, for targeting, instead of having it across, like, a corner or similar, we could say... let's get the frame down below it again. And we will hide all of these pieces. So I could do something like, you know, if it has this piece here, this piece here, this piece here, that kind of thing, that it means something different. So markers like that. And then for positioning, we do another new layer and say similar. And we could have different language inside of these to say it does X, it does Y, it does Z, kind of thing. These don't have to be super descriptive, but they should be enough that if I look at it and say, oh, there's dots on the right side, that means it messes with positioning. I could then look at the tooltip and say, oh, this is specifically what it does. You know, we're potentially going to have a, you know, seeking spiraling spread shot, you know, or a fast seeking spiraling spread shot, that kind of thing. A looter shooter or just looter style, action looter style, prefix suffix gibberish. And then same thing. This gives us the possibility of, if we do it in a silly fashion, it would give us the possibility of 8 different things that we could say about it, or the presence of 3 different things. So it influences everything. It has movement, it has targeting, it has positioning, all of that kind of stuff. It's technically possible to have targeting with nothing else, but that would be weird. We could even have fun little shape language and having like circuitry between them to give it like a little module sort of look. What do you think, folks? Because this is going to be something like that on the screen. In the game, we can see the scale of the glyphs. They're noticeable, but we want to make sure that anything we do to these is apparent at a glance down here. Which is not... These are not big symbols. So we might use stronger colors than the white to set it out from the glyph. That kind of thing. If we use color language on it, that gives us even more settings for each of the little ticks. But that leads to a consistency problem. Is there a relevance to it being the first one? Is there a relevance to it being the second one? Kind of stuff. We could just have there is the presence of it on the side. We could have... it is very tiny. Even on my screen, it's pretty tiny. We can make them bigger. We can make the whole thing bigger as far as the inventory. This. So let's see, where did I hide that? I think it's in the actual... Yeah. Clickable service, the grid. Canvas. So it's off the screen at the moment. I would need to set up the calculations differently to get that. Ideally, I'd have a box that was like center pinned to the lower left. So let's put it at 4. That should keep it on the screen, I think. Nope. Yeah. So this is the scale divisor here. as far as where on the screen, as far as the Y position it is set up. Float is 2, 6. Right. Oh, that's why. It's not. Oh, yeah. Okay, and then if we make that 6. Welcome back, mate. And hey there, Karuru. Welcome. Okay, this is with the scale popped up to match the screen size. This is the biggest it would go, and that's why I think we should probably just go with presence in them. Put that back at 3. If we then go and look at our thing here, if we do targeting, we could just do a bar across the top. That. So if we remove each of these, so that's with nothing. If it has something special, it would look like that. If it has positioning aspect, it would look like that. Targeting aspect like that. Adjustment aspect like that. This is a possibility. We could also make it so that there is a very emphatic color to it. But that's still a pretty tiny element. We could do that. And we could darken the space on which the glyph sits. So, has targeting aspect, as a positioning aspect. Oh. We're working on some visual language right now, folks. Let's do, instead of spiral, let's look at orbit here. It's an adjustment aspect. It has a special aspect. So I think that's a little better. Might work with, different colors, that kind of thing. But we'd want it to be very emphatic what it has. We can also expand it out to the edge as far as the frame is concerned. Why can I not? Oh, it's locked. We could do that. It softens some of this. So let's see here. Hide all of these real quick. Expands it out. Fine. So it makes these. Okay, that's still potentially viable here. So this gives us a strong bracket that we could use. So then for targeting, instead of this whole thing, we just say it has that marker. And special ones, instead we do that. So then we could go in and say, like, okay, it has these elements. There are different markers accordingly. Again, that it just has that element. So it has darker markers on the side, but they're not meant by themselves to communicate anything really special. We might have that sort of language in there, but the core is just to communicate that it has one of those aspects. Most of them would have this bar at the top. because they have a targeting element to it. Which makes it feel like it shouldn't be. It should not be a thing. Because all of them do something. Actually, no, they don't. They don't have to. Because we could just have a... This one only does targeting if it has a targeter that tells it a creature. Like, it's special if it has creature targeting. But otherwise, it's only other movement that does it. I think that's actually relevant. I think that's relevant because if it has targeting that will get a creature, then it has special targeting. Otherwise, it just spirals where it comes from. Okay. I think we can do that sort of language now. What this means is that I still need, like, a symbol for orbiting. It orbits. Now we could do that. But there wouldn't be a pattern for burst. There would not be a thing for burst. There would not be a pattern for 3 spread. It's only going to be it moves in a zigzag or it moves in a wave pattern, that kind of thing. So we get an idea, this does movement. And then if it has targeting that will activate, it will do the targeting marker. If it has positioning that will be active, it will do that. So if it fires in a cone, if it adds 1 extra projectile, if it fires in a burst, it will have some sort of marker here. Again, color language, that's going to be a separate thing. If it changes itself, if it changes subsequent values, itself in subsequent values, it will have this marker. And then if it does something that isn't accounted for in the other ones, it will be on the left. This might be another symbol entirely, wheel. As far as how many of them there are, that could be different. We could have upwards of like 8 of these indicated here. We could technically have more than that. You know, for targeting, we could have... We could have this kind of thing. Let's put it like this. You know, we could have 3 toggles for each one to tell you something, but if there are any markers on the top side, it means something. And we could also have this. Again, we get kind of a circuit imagery there. I kind of like that. So if it has targeting, it has markers there. If it has positioning, it has markers on the right. And we could change those accordingly. Yeah. Okay. So I needed to do this because... Save this for now. We will store that up. So these are all of the intricacies of something. That center glyph says it moves in a pattern. It spirals. It moves in a straight line. That kind of thing. Ice Drake, we were coming up with some visual language before I move on because I was seeing that I was not going to be able to, in a small glyph, convey all of the information that is relevant to a given modifier. It's not just that it moves in a spiral, it's that it moves in a spiral and it locks on to a random enemy. If it just moves in a spiral, it comes out wherever it comes out. So, oh, That could be another one. So, here. Do I still have that open? Yes. Okay. So, special could be spawn point. Then, if it does something entirely unique, get that out of there. If it does something entirely unique, we should have some other language for that. Spawn point could be something other than it's on the player. Everything should by default be on the player, but there will be other things that are like random point on the screen, on top of an enemy, or like right around an enemy kind of thing. Coming in from off the screen, any number of elements that are, it appears differently. I think that would be the marker. If it does something special by itself, I think that would still be movement. Not yet, Lunar. We're looking at some UI language at the moment, which we won't get to fully today, but I wanted to get an idea out there, and I'm going to start writing up some specs here. This is just a scratch pad. I'll try to get this written out and potentially put that kind of stuff on the dev board in the Discord. So that we can keep that sort of language consistent. Because prior to this, I just had the central glyph, and the central glyph doesn't carry enough information for us to get everything in there. Let's keep that at 3 so that we can still see it down here. We can make it a bit bigger. It's not where the UI will be. This is not where the inventory will be or how it will be all the time. I have some of an Outer Wilds Ice Drake. I reached a point where I just couldn't be bothered anymore. Clickable surface is not the right size. So we're going to keep that at 3. I don't want to go through and do more math. So we've got a spiral. We've got S-curve accounted for. Need to change the icon on that. And we have intrinsic orbiting. Yeah. Heading in spiral gets a weird result there as it gets towards the edge. Because the distance the projectile moves from the center impacts how fast it's currently moving. But yeah, we do have a lot of Outer Wilds. It is an interesting game. There's a lot of different games out there, you know. Subtle plug, watch my VODs. Subtle plug. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do, we got derailed a bit with the visuals of the language. The next thing we're going to do is visit these guys. Inventory. So I have movement modifiers. So we have scale adjustments in similar, but technically we could build these into movements by themselves. In that if they have a marker in them, they pass it along. So I could just have it has a, scale adjustment to add, that kind of thing. So right now they have a scale adjustment. I could include a scale marker in them that says the next one gets hit by this. So we can change that. So we do need to get the adjusters in there, but that's technically, I think, a later marker. I'm not familiar with Citizen Sleeper there, Ice Drake. So this is the one that we're going to start working on next. We have a modifier group concept. And what this is any time a modifier group should show up, what the logic that pieces them together does is it will instead go through and piece together that whole group. So the groups are composed of other modifiers. So in my catalog, I have move orbit the player. Well, a modifier group might be move orbit the player and positioners and a 390 cone. So that is now a package. That's what the player is going to see, is not these individual ones. It's going to see that cluster of them, which makes each individual variation noticeably more valuable. Because if it is a spiral but it fires two, I might not want the spiral motion necessarily, but the fact that it fires two makes it suddenly really valuable, because I've doubled the number of projectiles that are coming out. Fires three, that kind of thing. Burst patterns we need to work on. Because I want to make sure that we can get actual spreads of three, that kind of thing, happening effectively simultaneously without having to wait an entire physics frame for it to show up again. And that we need to make sure that the spread happens. But in any event, burst one, the reason that I like the idea of everything works on a slight burst is that it prevents like 25 entities from appearing simultaneously. Because if enough things get generated all at once, it does slow the game down. For example, 3 and 5 and 3 and 5 and 3. Right now there are about... Well, there's a whole ton of mice active at once. Once this number drops below 750, and, oh, watch. Okay, we just generated 3,000 entities at once, because it is 5 times 3 times 5 times 3 times 5 times 3. If we put a burst in this, they will generate very, very slowly, and I don't want them generating as slowly. So these should all vanish in a moment. They go away in 12 seconds, but 12 seconds takes some time when you have this much going, because we have 5 frames per second. The game is working very, very hard. So this is the way burst currently works, and I don't want it to work this way. I want it to happen much, much, much faster than that. Let's where did I put that? Burst 3, burst 1. This is just about as fast as a single burst can happen. So you see, they come out almost simultaneously. But they're not coming out simultaneously, which we can see right there. Now you can see we're getting similar numbers of things coming out at once, but they're not all happening simultaneously. And because of that, the game is handling it better when they appear. So I think almost universally we are going to have this delay concept in there. This makes it much more controllable as it gets going. Now, with this number of them appearing at once and moving simultaneously at 30 visual frames a second with up to 90 physics frames a second, we do slow down a little bit. The extra physics frames per second are useful because they prevent issues with speed loss, but we can change that. We'll do 2 with 60. So there is a brief hitch. I kind of don't want there to be this much of a limit. But we need to figure out a way to make it so that the game doesn't overload quite so quickly. This is the visual inventory. It's the actual inventory. We add a weapon. Build weapons. So let's say 2,000 with this. This is too much. So if you look, there's a stop, there's a pause of 1 second between bursts here. It's producing about 125 in a single burst, which I kind of like this. Again, them all coming out at once isn't necessary and doesn't necessarily make the game that much more interesting visually. I feel like this part right here, where they're coming out in waves like that, is actually more interesting. Okay. This is a much bigger number. Okay, we're sitting at like 500 things. Oh yeah, there are going to be enemies that take more than one hit, that kind of thing, that will make this kind of pattern important. Okay. Also going to add... Can't remember what weapon yarn does. Okay, weapon yarn is moving in a cone. Okay. So we're going to put we need 2 burst ones. These right here for now. And then we put a 5 and a 5 and a 3 and a 3, 5 and a 5. Okay, here's a bit of a stress test happening. 60 physics frames per second, 30 visual frames per second, generating a huge number of projectiles. And let's make them a bit wonky. I think we're making pretty good progress. Now, we are getting some frame hitches going on now. But it's still working out. We're at about 20 frames per second. That's pretty good for a worst case scenario like this. Be back in just a moment. Quick break, folks. Okay, we're back. So, one possibility here. This is the physics tick of the player inventory for weapons. This is generating the things. How often do I pray to the machine spirit? At least every other stream, Ice Drake. There aren't enough sacred unguents in the world. Unguents. So if... let's build weapons. This is physics tick. All deferred. What if we do that? Five, and a 5, and a burst 1, and a burst 1. Three, and a 3. And an S curve, and an S curve, and a spiral, and a spiral. And more, and more. 500 entities on screen. We've started to lose frames at pulses of 700. We're definitely losing frames. Now we are deleting a lot of things. I wonder if we don't delete them. Wonder if we don't delete them. It will bloat memory consumption. We are going to keep every entity. Five, and a 5, and a 3, and a 3, and a burst, because I almost forgot to do that. Hey there, Okaneki. Welcome. We're holding much better now. We do need to make sure we're going to do this to the rest of the pools. And to the pool. And to the pool. Pool. We are uncapping the pool. We are uncapping the pool. For those of you that don't know what this is a kind of a rolling collection of objects so that I don't delete them. Deleting and remaking them is expensive. So we're just going to stop doing that. We're just every one of them that we end up creating gets reused. Doesn't matter how many we make. If we made it once, it's now going to be reused forever. The little pink and blue things are balls of yarn. Okay, at about 800 things in with kind of maximum distortion of their motion, we're starting to get anomalies. Let's just have the number increase going. Okay, so the extra movement processing that we're doing is costing us here. Okay. In entity. Will this work? Let's okay. The entity calling movement move for deferred is not helping. We do want to get each of these separate. That is in collision zone. And each of the entities we call this. Burst, move in a burst. 5 and 3 and 5 and 3. 5 and 3. And move erratically. Move still more erratically. We are still getting it slowing down, but this is kind of insane. Constants. Okay, so we're still ending up creating a lot of entities, is the thing. Now, we could have a dynamic pool limit. Let's say 1,000. We are creating... Let's go with that. Does mean the opener is more expensive. Like, this period is more expensive. So this number should get much higher. The number after the colon. Okay, now we're going to spiral. Let's take the spirals off. I feel like if we manage to get the individual movement calculations deferred as well, then I think we can get even more performance. Right now, each entity's movement is happening independently. As in, we calculate each entity's movement on its own. So every ball of yarn, we're saying, get to that ball of yarn when you get to that ball of yarn. There is technically the possibility of issues with that. But again, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We need more stress testing. So breaking the calls up is going to be important here. So we go into game, we're going into ready. We are going to add more blobs. We are going to add 2 mice and 2 yarn balls. We are going to add we have 8 of these and 8 of these. We're going to go into our catalog and we're going to make sure burst 1 has the icon for burst 3 at the moment so I can see it. Four of these and 4 of these. None of these for now, none of these for now, none of those for now. One, 2, 3, 4. Maximum stress test, go! Okay, this is still costing us more frames per second than I'd like, but I mean, this is a pretty brutal test case. We have 2,000 moving things active at once. We could go more, but there are limiters in place on maximum here. Our buffer of entities is sitting at 1,000. Let's... If our pool minimum, let's say it were 10. Okay, and hey there, Lore. Still playing backpack battles, I see. Alright. Okay, so a couple of things are good here. We should save everything that we make. If we make a new one, then we should increase the size of the pool. I'm sorry, every time we release one, every time we decrease the size of the pool, I think we should add another one to the pool size of the minimum here. So it's every time we have... Oh, no, it's every time we make one, then the pool minimum should increase. Something like that. What we want to do is make it so that we always have the opportunity to pop the front. Every time we go in to create one, we want to pop the front. We're going to need to rethink how this works. We always want it pulling from the pool. If it ever doesn't pull from the pool, then we should increase the number that are in the pool. So I think if there's one in the pool, we should use it. Period. Let's do one more on this. This pool, entity pool. Or action pool. We're really going to have to revisit some of this post-stream. I may go through and scrub some of this. But what this is telling us at the moment is that we need to revisit the pooling logic. We need to maximize the amount of reuse that we're doing. To weaken. We remove the extra spiraling. "15 frames a second tops with 2,000 active entities." We can't tell if the blobs are ever getting anywhere just because they get wiped out almost instantly. So you can see this one poor fellow here making a dash for it. But this is pretty good FPS for what we're doing to it right now. I do want to get each of the individual movement calls deferred. But how do we do? How do we do? Okay. This is the one that we want to do. But this wasn't working, I think. Yeah. That's pretty much what's happening, Parakeet, is anytime we try to create one that, and we don't have right now, and we don't have one in the pool, we make a new one. As soon as it's done, it gets thrown in the pool. So we've removed any sort of pool minimum. It tries to draw from the pool constantly, with the assumption being that there's a point of equilibrium where we keep trying to make one. And actually, let's strain it really hard here. This is without the burst pattern. This is with us creating an absurd number of them at once. Prepping the pool with dummy objects wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe the catalogs can do that, is every time we define an entity, we stuff a bunch of them in the catalog. Or, I'm sorry, in the pool. Ew. Again, 10 frames per second, given the number of things that are getting thrown onto the screen at once, is pretty good. Okay, we are hitting some of the other arbitrary limits here. Vision. Player inventory, build weapons. Unbounded, let's go. One, 2, 3, 4. 4,000 entities active. 6,000. $8,000 down to 7,000 again. We're going to get some real lurch here. We are going to give ourselves a little bit of breathing room. We're delaying the amount of processing. The number at the bottom is FPS. We're at 2. We're at 2. Oh, no, 1. That is FPS at the time of a frame update. I would like it to have greater limits than this. And the thing is, it's not the drawing that tends to cause this. It's all of these objects moving. Because each movement call costs time. Like, iterating through the movement of each thing costs time. No worries, sleepyhead. I mean, it's good. It's good, and I think we know where the problems are, is the thing. Is our queuing is pretty good right now. I do feel like we should double up. That would be one way to improve things, is every time we create one, I wonder if... No. We didn't crash. If every time we create one, we actually create two. And put one in the queue right away. I'm going to do this twice. We're doing a lot of stuff that I'm probably going to have to redo, but... So what we're doing for every time we have to make one, we're putting an extra one in the queue. Oh, we can't do that with the shapes as easily. Okay, we're going to leave shapes as is. Shapes requires a little more thought. Because we can't add the shape. We need to append a shape ID without creating it in the area. We just need to create shape. And then As long as we don't add it to the area, we're fine. Yeah, we need to revisit shape pool. It's more complicated because physics shapes need to be handled differently. Release a clone of it. Targeter, we are going to release a clone. Let's look at that error again. Why that? Why that do? Weird. Definitely a problem with the spawn points then. Spawn points don't have remove either. Okay, the whole spawn point queue pool is flawed here. So the player object is a bit borked at the moment. Hello, Clara. I don't think this improved anything. I think we broke a lot of stuff with this last one. Yeah, I think we broke stuff with this last attempt. Not surprising. Clara, we're making a game. It's a bullet heaven that, playstyle-wise, is akin to Vampire Survivors. Specifically, what we're doing is trying to do some performance optimization of number of things on screen. And our last attempt didn't work, as might be apparent by the frames per second of about 1. Technically less than 1, but I don't think it can... because the frames per second updates on physics or just screen frames per second, 1 is the lowest number it can show. Pretty much video game science, Clara. You know, for science and what have you. Yeah, we definitely broke some stuff. Okay, so the spawn point pool intrinsically has problems. The player pool, the player as an entity, that's a problem. Spawning that multiple times is a problem. We don't want that to happen. So moving the player to a special pool is an option. Making the player not interact with the entity pool at all would be an option. But that's one part of it. Quickly here. Okay, let's remove the double spawn here. Get rid of you because that doesn't work. Same as that. Well, we can't do that of... I think we're kind of onto something with the extra there. A little late, Alex. We are near the end of our stream here today, but we still got time. So the reason I'm spending so much extra time on this is we never want to get into a situation where the player's bullets cannot spawn. These are absurd use cases. For the most part, you're not going to get a 3, a 5, and a 3 and a 5 for all of your weapons. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. That doesn't mean it's impossible. I mean, the fact that we've got 10,000 things on the screen and we're getting more than 1 frame per second, I think is pretty good. We do need to have a method for getting the pools to pre-fill. I like the idea of every time we create one, we create an extra. I think that's critical. What if we just do that with entities? Ah, the poor game. I have pressed escape. That normally ends the game state. Oh, there we go. Okay, if in the entity pool we say create, are going to release another clone of it. Just for entities. They are being created on the physics tick. We do need to clean up more of that. Like, we can defer more and more of that. You can't see the player at all because the player entity breaks when we're trying to trigger that. Slow that down. So entity collision breaks when we try to pool them twice like that. So we just can't do that. "100 objects being generated every second at the moment. Plus some for the slimes. $300? No. More than 300. Now, if we break them out into one per physics frame, so it's still spending a huge amount on movement. It is very pretty, isn't it? So I think unbounding the pools, making it so that the pools can have piles of things in them, is good. We need to work out how to, like, preload them without it breaking everything. Especially with the shapes. Generating the extra shapes is a problem. Because every time we add something to a collision zone, we're creating shapes, and that can throw off the collision handling. Shapes need to be controlled very carefully. So we can't just add an entity to a pool recklessly. It has a bit of that, doesn't it? 245, 225. Should be about 900 things a physics frame. Which again, this is a border case. This is something that should never happen. But all that said, it is technically something that mechanically can happen. I do love this. We have that moving so fast at the edges that it looks like it's going backwards at the edges. The fact that we have this many things at non-1 frames per second is a good sign. If we can get movement off of the core physics tick, I think we're pretty close. Exactly, Ice Drake. We run into the possibility that it can happen. It is mechanically possible that it could happen if we don't very, 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 very carefully control how the multiplication works. Like, one thought was to flatten these so that if I keep adding, like if I have a triple in a cone, 2 triples don't equal 9. 2 triples equals a cone of 5. 2 starbursts of 5 don't equal 25. They equal a starburst of 10. That way we don't have... It doesn't get exponential as fast. Because if we pull this down to just 25, it'll take it a moment to cool down. Because all of the excess entities need to be culled out a bit. So just down to 100 projectiles being generated a second with very high movement speed on them means that we get almost our full frames per second. But if I take one of them and make it spiral like crazy, so just one of them has 5 movement cycles on it. Its personal movement cycle, and then 4 extras. That just cost us practically 10 frames per second. So I think if we look at that, movement is more expensive than any of the other aspects, and we can also see some breakdown in how they're moving. So I'm gonna just have a single spiral. We are still getting some that are moving in straight lines without respecting the spiral. We did have a recent save. I'm tampering with a lot of stuff right now that is just experimentation. So, not a lot of extra saves going on. So let's put in a triple in there. Okay. Get that triple out of there. We just have the 25. Let's let it cool. Okay, so we're at 30 frames a second. We're going to add one spiral in. So one of the waves of them has extra movement. Okay? Now, the two of the yarn balls have extra movement. So all of the yarn balls should be going in this spiral now. So this is okay. 4 weapon sets. So this is, all of them have an extra movement. Now this is starting to cost us. By adding this, we have doubled the computation cost of moving each projectile. So we're going to take one of the yarn balls, and it's going to have quadruple spiral on it. These are 5 times more expensive to move now. So the yarn balls that are moving in a spiral are much more expensive. So both yarn balls are equally expensive now. They're at triple. We're still at about a little over 20 frames a second. Now both of the yarn balls are double. Frames per second jumped up a good 2, let's say. One of the yarn balls is double. Up to 30. Movement is our biggest cost right now. So no extra movement. 3 times as many of one of the yarn balls. So again, each yarn ball is moving just as much, but there's 3 times as many. That is... So here is 1 yarn ball costs... So there are 25 yarn balls every second. One of those yarn balls costs double. So we're oscillating around 30 frames a second. So now each yarn ball costs triple. This is akin to adding 1 triple to the yarn ball generation. Similar cost. Quadruple. Still holding. There's 5 times the cost of one of the yarn balls. Noticeable impact. Let's let it cool. Do I have a PNG? Not for... Oh, here. Let me see if I can find it. What's a thing we could do for that? Not that. Not that one. I don't know where those toggles ended up. those. There are like special effects that you can do on a model, and one of them is a PNG filter. Have I seen HoloCure, Ellie? Yes. HoloCure is in the same genre that we're working with. So there's one triple. No impact. 2 triples, so 9 times on one of them. I think the movement is more expensive. I do have a PNG character as far as my Vtuber model. If you look at some of my older streams, you will see a Vtuber model, a PNG tuber that is the same, is a catbot. It's the same creature that you see in the center there. If we can cull down movement, then I think we'll get a big savings. But how can we do that? So unbind, increasing the amount of things that can go into the entity pool is useful. We need a way to populate it out faster. The Catbot is the prior product of Catbot Corporation. It is a much more limited and crude thing compared to the nanotypes. What can we do with these? This break it? That still breaks it. All deferred on everything. Let's get those spawners going in a burst pattern. Ellie, at the moment, no VTubers planned in the like, aside from mine, I do intend to have a nanotype as a playable character. There are some other streamers that I might ask if they want to be in the game if we get to that point. Okay. 225, about 1,000 things a second. 900 things a second is still too many. Even with the physics ticks being culled down. But this is like 2,000 things moving at once, being spawned pretty steadily. You can see the 1 second gaps in the burst of yarn balls here. Might have to figure out some way to do that kind of thing, Ice Drake. But this is way better performance-wise than we have gotten before. So... oh, man. Okay. Okay. Oh, hello, Sherbet. We have improved... so we have an idea for visual language on the icons. We don't need to implement that immediately, but we should have something lined up. We're gonna start working on getting clusters of things. So move in a spiral, but emit in a spread kind of stuff, which will allow us to get that burst of one built into things. So that we don't need to worry about getting it here. We will need to work on burst of one, or burst logic in general. Let's go into our ready here. Let's cull it down to just one weapon. Burst of one, burst of one, burst of one, burst of one. Five, six. Okay, stacking burst of one isn't really a risk, because they needn't have a delay in this scenario. Okay. Do. So we will need to keep an eye on it performance-wise. Because this ends up being really multiplicative. We are almost constantly generating these right now. This is something like... yeah. 5 to the 8th being generated about 1 a second. I'm sorry. About 3 a second. If... okay. So, for next steps, we need to improve pooling logic, and we need to improve movement logic. the movement logic costing as much as it is a problem, even if we constrain the number of things that are spawning. Actually, let's do one more test of this. We're going to remove the spreads here. We'll have one spread of that in one burst. And then 8 spirals. 5 at a time in a burst of 1. Spiral, 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 spiral. Still reasonable as far as movement. Yeah. Its number of things is going to be a pretty limiting factor if we want to keep this many. We can constrain number of weapons and number of modifiers on them as we go. So, next things are starting to make some of the groups so that we can also stress test further multiplication of what we've got. Making catalog items that are composites to make it so that we can further test stacking it more and more and more. Making sure that the weapon creation logic in player inventory handles the groups. Burst modifiers. We've actually got that. We go through and we parse a modifier of each one every time we find it. So we can make something infinitely big. Okay, so for the next one, we're going to start making some modifier groups so that we can further stress test this and verify where our biggest expenses are coming from. We want to further optimize our spawning and our the spawning in movement so that we don't have as much going on in that regard all at once. Right now, all entities are being parsed almost at the same time. Tick. So this is helping. We are saying each entity handle your own thing. I think, okay, we are going to want to circle back around to the pooling logic in tweaking that to make it cleaner. Removing the pool limit helps, but we do need to make sure that we are populating the pools with enough extra that we don't get creations as fast as we are. We are still running into scenarios, I think, where we're making things when we shouldn't need to. If every time we have to create one, we create two so that we avoid creating another one later, I think that's still valuable. But we need to figure out how to do that cleanly. So, for the next time, we're probably going to be working on movement groups or modifier groups so that we can start tweaking that and then adding more modifiers so we can further test it. Yeah, yeah. Well, I do hope everybody had some fun watching today. We did, we went over some visual language stuff. We'll have to update icons to follow that pattern. And we also did some performance adjustment. I'm going to have to look at the branch changes here and see how much of it might need to be scrapped and redone subsequently. But yeah, we've made some progress. We made some more progress today. Next stream isn't scheduled yet, but I do want to get it out there. I also want to get into the habit of, even if we're going to be late with the stream, that it still happens. And I don't want to be as constrained to the normal 3-hour timing. Assuming we don't have the issue with the lateness, we are going to be trying to start sooner as well. Get the streams longer is one of the things that I want to have happen, a little earlier and a little later. Start earlier, run later kind of thing. Make more, ideally we'll make more progress and more people will get to watch. But yeah, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, that kind of thing. It will help you find more stuff that you like, and it helps the channel grow. All that said, I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I hope to see you later. Goodbye, everyone.